Ladies, gentlemen, and you beautiful rainbow people in between. Welcome back to the Pal Fort. I'm actually using my model that can move for once. Is miracles not awesome? Anyway, it occurred to me that I should probably get around to watching the cinematic for the Realm Reborn. See how that goes. Because people in chat keep talking about it. So, starting this stream off a bit different and watching this cinematic. All rights for Square Enix reserved. Please do not DMCA me. All right, all right. Also, my model isn't that expressive, so you're just gonna have to imagine my face. I went very bare bones because I was a poor college student when had ordered this model. So I wanted to make it as simple as possible, and that's what it is. Without further ado, let's watch this, shall we? What happens if I do this? Holy crap, that thing is huge. Getting Majora Mask feels. Is that Limsa Minsa? Holy crap. It is so boned. Wow, they all looking good. Fucking guys. I should have rolled a red black mage. No. Never mind. Going giant axe was the way to go, apparently. Who are you? You're not small, lizard wife. Yeah, kick some garlic ass. Spin the win. Holy shit. Is that Sid with no beard? Wow. I thought it was huge, but man, is it fucking massive. Holy crap. That bodes well. That is a big ass dragon. Holy shit, that thing dwarfed Limsa Laminsa. Yeah, I don't think that will work, man. You're gonna need a big one. No, you don't have to know. It's Thancred. This is a cat that watched me sleep that one time. Well, I guess that's Louis Walk. This is intense. The mark of the 12. And that dragon is having none of that. What fucks? Yeah, I just returned to Aetheryte. Bye, dude. Oh, God, the sun. Fucking Apollo. Oh. Ah, the Maelstrom. Limsa represent. And I guess the other guys are here too. There's you stole it again. Evelina and Nita. Yada, whatever. And Thancred. So, is that Odin? Ah, they have Odin in this one too. I only vaguely remember him from Final Fantasy VII. There's a beastie. There's that crystal tower, I guess? Hey, he really does have that armor we're wearing. So are those chocobos just waiting nearby? Did they travel with them? The gang's all here, I guess. Nice. Well, that was fun. Wow, that was neat. A fun little story beat treat. See the Battle of Cartano. You know, other stuff. I guess we'll watch this when we go into Heaven's one. Okay, back to the actual game. And because the actual game does not like my model at all, as we learned the first day we did it. It like took so much RAM or something that my keyboard wasn't functioning, so need to get a RAM update. I'll be returning to PNG. But that was neat. So let's just switch on over to that. Close down face tracking and everything. Alright. Close Discord. That's going to take up a lot of RAM. Don't need Steam anymore. So, yesterday, we talked to a lot of people. A lot of stuff in Udar happened, including a rebellion of sorts. And then, let me go turn off my light as I talk across the room. Right. So, then we fought Ramua, and we put together our own little posse, kind of trial grand company called the Crystal Braves. So that was neat. But Alphino has probably poisoned the well before we even begin by letting the Monterists provide our financial backing. So, let's just see what happens today. Oh, and also there are heretics in Corthus again. More organized than ever. Being led by a Lady Iceheart? Anyway, back into the fray with us. Ah, Q. Where would we be without you? Oh wow, Cloudbot has a lot of things going for it. Gonna have to mess with that later. Still trying to install that Lurkbot for wild. Or weird, rather. My apologies. Hey! Hey, Minfilia, what do you got for us today? Traitor in the Mists. Minfilia would have you assist Alphinaw in his new station as commander of the Crystal Braves. And cutscene. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it ails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet as of late, and the beast tribes who summoned them are under constant surveillance by the Grand Companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such a time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little more but wait and observe. As for the Asians, Ryanga is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all this you knew already. Let us speak then of the more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphinaw did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to the system, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphinaw has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you were to go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Quest accepted. Okay, and we're on the move again. What is it, Taida? And do be concise. I'm rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second in command, Captain Ilbert. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Taida. It is the job of a small lizard wife to go with a wild rose bloom, so long as I eventually get paid in a cozy bed. Sup, you bird?
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you?
That's voiced. I want a giant bed. Can you manage that?
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
I like how everybody pronounces that different.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
What's going on?
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Oh.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning.
Oh.
Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy.
So it's an elf.
He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root.
I like your words, funny man.
Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
I really am a one-woman army. I'm a small lizard wife with a giant axe. Speak to Roban at the Hall of Flames. Let us be on our way. Begin our search for this Ivy, I guess. Why do I keep thinking that leads back to Aldar? I'm clearly from Minsa La Minsa. Oh, thank goodness it's nighttime. We don't have to deal with a Trump and Seville. Hey, Robon. So, want to meet our new second in command?
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
You better not insult me again.
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Comrades? This'll make this operation a little
But
easier.
look at you. The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads.
Oh, rivalry. I
The
like a
last
good
time
rivalry.
we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention.
Fucking burn.
As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you were an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway.
You both flatter me, I guess.
I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
Oh, a ruse.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland.
That's her. That's like the only elf we've seen. That's gotta be an Ivy. that's the most prominent Elzen I've ever seen in all of
Plain
Uldar.
General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
You're welcome. Will you give me a bed now? This armor is starting to look a little rough around the edges. Very PS2 era graphics. Or even PS1. Oh well. You can always glamour it back some other time. Back and forth! Ilbert is eager to continue his investigation into the Guardian spy known as the Ivy. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice to say, we must tread warily. But one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones, reports Commander Louvier. Whatever. Hello. Hello. That's a big bird. Hey, Alvino. Cutscene. We are returned from Uldar, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble. You will recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not wont to treat the foemen with dignity. I have great fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Call those braves who are afield. Beg pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Your time is of the essence. Simply put, your best chance we have. Hey, I actually feel important. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Elaine of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Casham Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. Righto. Alright. I actually feel motivated. No more fighting primals or doing gophering work. Tagging along for meetings. I'm actually being sent in as the one-woman army I am. Pull the bear. Away! Wait, where's the tangle? So, the way. It's like 3 ways up here. Power. Heading down over yonder. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Guardians fell upon us without warning. wounding poor Rihesh, and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Gallians may be interrogating Rihesh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as Mithril. None of us will stand by while comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Casham Sentry. Please, help us find Rihesh before it's too late. Okie dokie. There, Rihesh. Aha! We got ourselves a scuffle. And baseball bat. And spin away. Baseball swing. Let us spin the win again. Simple enough. Hey, Rihesh, how you doing, buddy? I don't know you, but hello. Oh, let's see. Where am I? Rihesh, thank you. The gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place. Rihesh cannot move with these wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Gallians will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. Too right. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, you should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Alright, let's create some havoc. Over there. Some grapes. Let's roll. First, opening with paralysis. Good time. So you want a fisticuffs, huh? Where are we creating a diversion next? Down over yonder. And spin the wind. There we go. And another one over here. Let's take care of that patrolling dude first. Done and done. What we got? Here first, then axe. Okay. Oh, there's more. Damn. Rude. So lucky my stun's on cooldown. We done? Good. Then back to the tangle. Down, down the goblin down. Yeah, you. Whoa. I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Rahesh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. Give me a bed. All that is left is to report the mission success to the Commander Linguini. Commander Linguini. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. To the Rising Stones we go. Should have slept in. But like a fool, I didn't. So that's my problem now. Cutscene. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Taida. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Rahesh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to trifle with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. It may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence in you that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Taida, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I am afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Corthus. I have been granted an audience with the Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. You mean the same Ishgardians that now have Elididus and La Habrea at their, Pope's wings? Coming to terms. An influential Ishgardian wishes to meet the Warrior of Light, and Alfredal would like nothing more than to oblige him. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Taida, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aimric. Sir Aim, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor serve the Holy See directly as Temple Knight. Needless to say, the leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your business. That ascendant would see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Corthus. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to noble use. If so, I should remind you that more good that If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with a stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Not in my experience. How many pens were flung at Gaius? Or Titan? Or Gaius? Or Guy Titan? Whatever. Guy Fury is the ultimate primal. He's the primal of Flavortown. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphonor believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Cutscene. A descendant. I take it Tida has explained the situation. She has. Yet welcome though those overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompts them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Because Ascians are behind the throne. Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. Well, that was a redundant statement. Ah, God, why is it so bright? A notorious reclusive nation, Ishgard situated at the center of Abalathia's spine? Abbey's spine. Ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eosian Alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades. I can read, I swear. Formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time, the borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cotonou, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, the banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And whatever have my efforts yielded, why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction? I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. God, I hate words. Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may rest assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Drybone, Tida. Our old friend Lord Horsefant is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. I didn't do it on purpose. This has wholly been an accident. Alright, to Dragonhead we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Another bright sunny day in Ishgard. It's kind of weird with all the snow around. Ah, Taida, ever welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blaze in preparation for your arrival. You would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is most appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle with the cold climes. Ah, good Master Alphonal, an honor as always. Likewise, Lord Horsefant. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us and located the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debt incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortant may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I'm simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of great concern to us all. But to the matter at hand. Sir A arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet you with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary of your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of a hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the night station outside the intercessory. The fuck? He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. Chicken tendies. And inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Who the hell is that? Oh, it's right there. That guy does not look like Hulk Hogan. Come, my trusty airship, who has been with me all along. We must go see this dude, person guy. We have been expecting you, madame. Pray, take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Proceed into the intercessory. Walking, 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 walking. Hey, Horsefant, what's shaking?
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
And what case is that?
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Doubt. Aye.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Debatable.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
Oh, great, another stalker.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
You're not gonna watch me sleep, too.
Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last.
I feel like we're catching this
Ishgard
middle
is not
speech.
immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry.
You know, that's fair.
Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
I'm a small this.
Mayhap one day, but not yet.
And take a sip of water while these two fight.
Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
Oh. What can we do?
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
Who?
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
Batman. I'm sorry.
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
Of course it has.
It was Iceheart, my lord.
Of course it was.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Look. You sent it one time and they attacked it very easily, and they got away with it. Of course they're gonna pull this shit again. Like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You sent the first shipment to Mordona. It failed to get there because of heretics attacks. The heretics may have lost a few men, but they ultimately got away with it. You sent a second shipment and it has been attacked by heretics. What exactly do you think is going to happen? They're just going to let it pass by, la-di-da? You people. Dramatic camera pan. Sorry, did we get a bowl of shark fin soup? Whatever. The intercession of saints. Recent developments have given Alphanon much to consider. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think that the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak to Lord Horshaphant and find out what he has learned. Blah, 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 blah. My mouth is told against me when I speak these words. Hey, Horshaphant, check it out. I got some striped jumpers. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush would be our best first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly. As Lord Horshaphant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. He said no such thing. You have a knack for discerning hidden paths, Haida. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival. They will gladly share the findings. Sure. Alright, where is that site? It would be probably faster to go to Mordona and fly up that way. So let's go! Polar bear, power! what's up? Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Eh? Lord Horsefon bids you speak with us. Then you must beg your pardon, Sidon. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit hard, if you ask me. It would have been easier to just steal it. Though damn sight harder to conceal it, all out. Reckon they came prepared. Probably with wagons of their own hidden way off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care of the observatory could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake, and like myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. And where is he? He is at the observatory. I just read that. Pay attention, Sloth. Maybe I should get a microphone on. Okay, I guess he is upstairs. Oh, hello there. You've come to ask me about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we mocked them as. Lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. The leader called out to them, one step forward to answer. Slowly she approached, with her silvery hair flowing in the wind, like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. The leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his neck. But then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I wouldn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to you, others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't. They killed me, so I just laid still and listened. I saw it. People spoke of deliverance and resurrection. They spoke of Shiva. Shiva, huh? Wait, here we go. We put Alpha in, yeah, Alpha Notes and Dragon Head. Tip, tip, chitty-go, and away we go. Hello there. And cutscene. You've returned. What news have you for us? Should be going down, yo. It seems that Lady Icehawk does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who's this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Echirodon, Master Alphinaud? Shiva is a traitor to kith and kin, an apostle who laid down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Horsevon, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystal. God damn it! Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure the crystals? And I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Horsevon, you would agree that discretion is of the paramount concern? God, I cannot read today. Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. Signs of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. I mean, for a nice bed, maybe. I will not shut up about this bed. I want this bed. All this work for a nice, comfy bed. Strength and unity. Woe betide the heretic who crosses Alfno Linguini, for they shall feel the full force of his fury. The persistent attacks on our caravans seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now, they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Tida, pray join me in right in front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of Durandari have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have informed which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Snowcloak. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Druamont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Time to fly away. A flying bear is still very ridiculous. Gonna take a drink of water again. What is up, Druamont? I'm back. And it's a cutscene. So many cutscenes. The Sirens of Seven Dawn wish to join the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Druamont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. The garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. 'Twould be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such as my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will provide an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be a subtle means by which we may locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Druamont has one in mind. He's standing right there. He's standing... God damn it. Oh. Yes, yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Dark words, dark deeds. Only the naive place all their hope in the success of a single solution, and Lord Drearmont is anything but. It seems as though we are always one step behind, a quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to be turned, I must confess in having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gully. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has much been on our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we have conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Right Brim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we have identified only one possible heretic. This man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause. He will be taking note of the movements of the Templar Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. This man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jetretamot in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the law, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Down the stairs we go. Spiky Ball is outside. Destination. Looking around. Talk, 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 talk. Chatter, chatter. Chatter, chatter. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Nod. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwestern gate. What's more inconspicuous to follow a heretic than a flying bear? Wait. What a nice rock. This is a nice rock. The suspect heretic follows the road east. Flying bear power! The suspected heretic heads south. Oh. I tell you, these rocks. Look at the graphic design, the polygons. Amazing one and all. Snake Snock, small lizard wife. Hey! Where the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. Am I supposed to give him an accent? I am here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to... Bloody echo. Lower your voice so you'll hear us at White Brim Front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are remixing an album. They're about to drop a hot new link. They say Little Nas X is gonna be on the front. And Snowcloak of all places. This is what you bring to me? I already know about the remix album. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels and infiltrate the concert. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if there's a surprise guest star, please let us know. Until then, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Flying bear, report to Drillmont. Got super quiet suddenly. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? There's gonna be a new remake tape. I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard the words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Our comrades in Boulder Downs are keys to the plans, which means it is key to our plans. That they root out... God damn it. The comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their clans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. Yep. Whatever you say, dude. First Blood. The Allied forces at Snowcloak are in danger, and Lord Drillmont would have you assist him in ensuring their safety. We have long suspected the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. The contingent of House Giroderi knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin the search for heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you were to consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage with the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Tada. The lives of our allies are at stake. Boulder Downs is over here, right? Yes, it is. That's why I fought the Guardians that were trying to arrest Biggs. This is neat. Another investigation into heretics in Ishrod, where wonders never cease. Uh-oh, we got a tussle. Come on, Quay. We got work to do. God, it got so quiet all of a sudden. Leads to an ominous fight. Take care of you first. Win. My turn. And y'all win. Aha, we win. Pawn Heretic's effects, you say? Deliver Heretic's parchment to Drillmont. That I shall. Why? This silence is ominous. I should find music to play when it gets really quiet. My knights have sent no word of you coming, Tada. What has happened? What's that in your hand? Should be Wackyo. They were all dead when I got there, sir. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Our bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now, not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of the sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Rays. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on the way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable the guardsman watches at our outposts in Snowcloak. The traitor has stationed there long before he aroused our suspicion. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use the tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see, of course. It will change now. The heretics may already be in position. House Studaderi must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Path of the Righteous. Lord Drillmont recognizes that the situation in Snowcloak is coming to a head, and that decisive action must be taken. Time is of the essence, Taida. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in the Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere with the swords drawn. But all is not lost yet. If you leave now, there may still be a time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly the Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. I cannot talk today. I keep tripping over my tongue. Can't speech impediments. Sipping water now. Tada, this is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... Should be going down, yo! You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Linguini been informed? The Braves must be made aware. Hey Brat, guess what? It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I did not think of how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has scrambled to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her. Stop those damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. Owned! Lies, kicking ass and taking names. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. Did they think he was Alizé? Oh my god! There'll be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Linguini. Wow, a lot of Lalafell. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrance to some half a dozen tunnels. After spotting the enemy breaking the surface, but that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon the swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected, amongst the warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alphanor. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is awaiting us there. God damn it. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. The tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say. Greater numbers would be more hindrance than help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. We rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here. You go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalino will sulk. Yes, sirree, Bob. The entrance to the tunnel, madam. It's just over there. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Aymeric's orders, we shall stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Oh. We got a dungeon for once. Let us see what the dungeon blurb has to say. Formed in the aftermath of the calamity, the great ice wall has long thought an impenetrable Formed in the aftermath of the calamity, the great ice wall has long been thought an impenetrable barrier between central and western Corthis. In truth, however, the wall is riddled with hidden tunnels, which Iceheart and her followers have used as a base of operations. You have been tasked with exploring one such tunnel in hopes that it will lead you to the heretics' leader. Yet what dangers await are anyone's guess. Good luck, have fun. Well, that's ominous. Okay. Take a drink of water. So your friend told me I can do something while we wait. That, guys, what we can do while we wait. It could happen to you. A well-heeled youth on Emerald Avenue appears to have been the benefactor of some good fortune, and may not be adverse to sharing it. Do be careful with those. Breaking anything, and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary. Beg pardon. What is my loyal manservant carrying? Why, a not-so-small fortune and prize ably won by yours truly at the Golden Saucer. You have heard of the Golden Saucer? Nay, ye gads, woman. You might at least try to keep up with the times. It's only the Sultan's finest, newest and finest place of entertainment. Through the sight of majestic birds roaring down the straits at the chocobo races, pit your wits against your peers and triple triad tables. At Gold Saucer, one can do all this and more. And if you know what you're about, you'll walk out a wealthier woman than you entered. If there's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading, I've never heard of it. Did I mention the prices? Ah, but I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourself. Yes, I'll wager you're wondering just how Thal's good name you can experience the wonders of the Golden Saucer firsthand. Am I right, or am I right? Ha! I thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours too. I'll just so happen to have a spell golden airship ticket, you see. Consider it a gift from me to you, my lady. Just show that ticket to the fine lady over at the landing, and you'll have a seat on the next airship bound for revelry and riches. Be fairly warned, though. You may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross at triple triad tables. Nay, not so much as an ounce. Remember Doug mentioned this like the first day we did this. Maybe it was KO2. Either way, let's go unlock the Golden Saucer. So we have stuff to do in between cues. This is the reception desk for flights bound for the Mandeville Golden Saucer. Before proceeding, I must ask you to submit your ticket for inspection. You do have a ticket, yes? Don't get snobby with me, lady. I've killed primals. It appears that everything is in order. An airship will be departing shortly before the next bell. Shall I reserve a seat for you? Travel to the Golden Saucer. Oh, we got a cutscene. There's no fucking way that's just sitting in the middle of the Sangoli. I would have seen it by now. What the fuck? Fuck. It's like the Final Fantasy Disney World. Bannerland, the Mandeville Gold Saucer. Mandeville Golden Saucer now accessible. Welcome to the Mandeville Gold Saucer, where all your dreams can come true. That is, all your dreams can come true if you have enough Mandeville Gold Saucer points. Never change Gold Saucer. Gil can be exchanged for MGP at the main counter in the middle of the entrance square. The current rate is 10 Gil for 1 MGP. Dawn law prevents the Gold Saucer from exchanging MGP if the patron already possesses more than 500. MGP cannot be converted back into Gil, but the points can be used to purchase an assortment of wonderful prizes from the gift claim attendant. God damn. Also located at the main counter in the entrance square. World of Wonders. The attendant at the airship landing seems eager to welcome you to the Golden Saucer. Welcome, honored guests. The Mandeville Golden Saucer, where your wildest dreams are ever but a card or chocobo's beak away from coming true. If this is your first visit, nothing would please us more than to give you the full tour of an establishment, that you might enjoy its wonders to the fullest. At the conclusion of the tour, it is custom to offer our esteemed patrons complimentary gifts straight from the vaults of our illustrious proprietor himself. Consider Lord Mandeville's way of personally yada yada yada. We're going in! And this is your cutscene for this too. Hello. Oh my god, this music. Oh, this is some good music. It's been a while since we've been in a dungeon, like an actual dungeon, like before Praetorium. Let's not stare directly into that. Okay, looks like we're headed off to this way. Let's go ahead and pick them all up. Love bears. Oh, hey, key. I'm guessing it goes to this thing. How the hell you put a key hole in this? I do not know. Hello. First boss. Wait for everybody to get in, and here we go. All club. All club. All club. And that isn't too good. Seems okay. So far. But only if they kill the cat. Forward. 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 And I'm frozen. Go. I don't need that. I need fending. Glad that did not pull this one. I don't think we can handle more than one at once. Okay. Next. Environmental DPS. Now that I'm thinking about it, we went and hit the fun heretics and we're just finding all kinds of shit. I think we have bigger fish to fry. Frickin' whatever this horn thing is up here. Down on Shiva's hole. Send that dude down. spaghetti. Everybody in? Oh, hello. Sorry, did that thing just turn into a snowball? Nope, nope, nope. Got up there. I'll swing. I'll swing. Oh, I did. And so is the healer. Well, that's a wash. Oh, hey, they killed the boss anyway. Good to know. We'll just bring the time down, aren't we? Guard just gone, or? Huh? this doesn't look good. Okay, and there's more. Spin the wind! 6 seconds to do the next defensive cooldown. You may not know what you were gonna do, but that's totally ominous. Okay. Huh. Hey look! A dragon. Dragon with humans. We have an AFK. Okay. Let's go see what they're up to. Hello there. And the back. Let me timing. Alright. And we press forward. God, it looks more blue on the recording than it does on my screen. We got a group. Win. done. Thing of the apostle. Gross. That thing's a freaking key to this? Oh wow. That was a short dungeon. Bosses are so close together. Oh. Oh, hey, doggo. Hello, doggo. Alright, let's mosey. Eyes on me, doggo. Uh-oh. Get hit by that. 7 seconds till next defensive cooldown. Put up. And drop swing. Pulse swing. And yaw swing. I assume we have to hide behind this. Rude. And I'm done. And they're dead. You can do it, Bard. I believe. Must. One. No dice. Alright, let's try for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. And let's roll. I think we all know what to do now. Hide behind the pillar, I think the second time. Get the bell. I'll swing. There you go, that's a bit better. And win. Got him, boys. Done and done. Victory for the Pella Fort. Look at our happy lizard wife. Little lizard wife. And we're done. Cutscene.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Yep, she's watching us sleep. Hello there.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Tall? Tall elf wife. Yep, that's a tall elf
I was
wife.
given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Weird flex, but okay.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
If there's a bed in it for me.
I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Mm-hmm.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Doubt. So I'm just gonna let her walk away? Okay, we just let her walk away. Of course we do. Orchestration. Orchestration. I'm just gonna say call it an orchestration. Can be used to change music in your estate or in-room, but only if you first obtain song rolls. Rolls can be obtained through a variety of means, including synthesis, purchased in shops, and discovery in treasure coffers. After obtaining a roll, use it to add the track to your orchestration list. Accessing orchestrations will open the settings and interface. From here, you can listen to any tracks you have registered. as well as select that track to play in your estate or apartment. Share estate background music can only be changed if you have granted proper authorization. Authorization. I can talk. I cannot talk. A feature unique to orchestration roles in estates and apartments is the ability to register tracks to a playlist. Up to 8 songs can be registered to a playlist, which can then be played in order, shuffled, or single. Okay, so it's a playlist, whatever. Not interesting. What's up, Alphino? That took longer than I expected. What news, Tidon? Should be going down, yo. So, Iceheart is but a pseudonym. No, not that that matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared the path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall, when that do wonders for the fight against the heretics. The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. Shall be praised, Tidal. We may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Lady Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow signs have not been idle. Nephilia and Norianga have been busy perusing the archives of House Forton, gathering the information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intended to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on today's event, don't. That descendant should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. For the greater good. Though not given to small talk, Alphinaud can think of no better way to pass the time until Minfilia arrives. And another cutscene. At Ascendant, you come to us straight from the archives of House Forton. I trust that your time there will prove fruitful. Would that it had. Lady Anger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was questionable. Of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She laid down with the dragon, the greatest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet, in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act. The blessed union of man and dragon. She fucked a dragon? Okay. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Forton. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? That's a stretch. She talked to me. She didn't plead her case, but she talked to me. Viewed without prejudice, one would agree that bringing an end to the endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Aymeric might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your I cannot talk today. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I expected, Sir Aymeric. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant you being a man of faith that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Helone that your ancestors came to this land? Why you took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that the faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestionable devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak of the rights of Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, the scripture tells us only so much. Would that they told us more. This one has green hair. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a guard. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truthfully told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure that has been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogulmog XII, Ph.D., Esquire, Attorney-in-Law. The myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mogul's Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at a war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies the beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the aetherite Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another aetherite, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of this second aetherite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no chance but to search for an alternative route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into the aetherite problem, I would like to request your assistance on another matter. The 3rd unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Porthos is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than me. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for the leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our shared veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you. In the case you were not aware. Fine. Good. I knew you would understand. Yu Hase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come find me at the observatory. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to the work. Ours is more pressing. Whatever you say. Hey. There you are, Taida. Commander Linguini instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Uda, and for a man accustomed to feel the sound beneath his boots, the crunch of the snow can be rather disconcerting. But the matter at hand. Nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Dafafen Pass. My raves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you were to join them. I shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it said that I do not earn my coin. Yeah, that's still not suspicious, dude. For the bad power! Okay, so I headed up over there. Drink some water in the meantime. Those balls, my ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted as I fell. The others went on ahead through Daffodin Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look at the tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Itchy nose. Ugh. Here's the pass. Where are they? They're back over there. Boulder Downs. The tracks lead southeast. There's a spiky ball over there. Feels so good to fly. Son, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast and Yuyuhase, I think. He went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Great. What are you getting yourself into, dude? Not paralyzed, sir. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. Thought myself alone, so I searched the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? It can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You must restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. You say so. Observatory then. Hey, hey, what's shaking? I'm a small lizard wife with a big axe. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats. The knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Hello there, General Kenobi. Well, stay with her then if you think you'll fare better, any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for blood of the fallen. By your deeds it has joined deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you want. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Bird has a little bit of a sadistic streak, does he? Damn it all. Game over, man. Game over. Wrong button. Fancy meeting you here, Tida. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite guardian spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, no, I shall never be far, and shall always be waiting. A comforting thought. Come, Tida, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Nice seeing you, Yugiri. Hope you're doing well, and taught those pirates some things. Ah, the harpsichord. Hey, Alphino. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. Gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Tendrils of intrigue. Alphinaud is eager to hear Ilbert's report on the Ivy. And a cutscene. So then, I kicked him in the balls. Well done, my good friend. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, regret to say that man could tell us naught that we did not already know about Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We can ascertain the channel by which the heretics acquired the information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flames were first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary steps of detaining all suspected conspiracy. Then, there were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from Maraud, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortin. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. And I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to the high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider, then, that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say the agent is among Robon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames' establishment? It is the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked, and remained above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should have not have been. The 3 grand companies, Uldaz was ever the most vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa, Lominsa, and Gordania had a long-standing armed force that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones mine, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Udal's military was made up of dispirited orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Robon faced with the founding of the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than that now, The Mortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simply self-preservation. Any passing sellsword at the foundation of the Immortal Flames. Wasn't Airbird an adventurer of some renown, as Robon said? Had Nell Van Donis's ambition been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Robon with an army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees are eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray, continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. When they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like... Oh my god. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' arbiters. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It's time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Tida. As the realm's stoutest champion, there's only... Oh my god. What is with these construction of these fucking sentences all day today? I would have you accompany me, Tida. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the Ascendant has already given her consent, I see wonder. Of course she has. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Nephilia and the Archons are sparing no efforts to secure an alternative route. Till such a time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Norfika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Okay, bye! So we're headed off to Gridania again. Lotus Stand as per usual. There you are. My thanks for coming, Tida. When you are ready, speak to the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand. Yes, sir. Short little shit. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes. And a cutscene. There's that elf again.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Oh-ho! Is that so?
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
Whatever the fuck was it?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
What happened to the last one, that Solus guy?
Who?
So dramatic.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
Uh-huh.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Yeah, funny. But garlic is a strong herb thing. Seasoning, whatever.
'twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Giant power drums and
Indeed.
giant crown.
Yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Young new emperor, sort of.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
Of that there can be no doubt.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Neat. So now we're trying to get Ishgard really back into the fold.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
You snarky little brat.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by.
Yeah, well, they have the luxury of that.
But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
So let's hunt them down, I guess, is our first objective. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of the resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all understandings they like. The unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Limsons, for instance. Though the Admiral outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nations as a haven for grog-swilling, wood-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are marked as hermits who talk the trees, and the Uldanans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that people are wary of the outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue the conflict at Cotonou is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own war-mongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for a full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of more pressing matters, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatory, Captain Ilberd has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is likely come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Haida. All that remains is to corner our quarry and seek out Ilberd near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Corthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Oh, my stomach does not like whatever I ate. So where we go? I just take this path and sprint. Oh, wrong. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we haven't masked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Not too bad. Why do I have abs? Anyway, chasing Ivy. Ilberd is convinced that he has discovered the Ivy's identity and is preparing to move against the Garlean spy. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Fire Marshal Elaine Rowley, Robot's second in command. Called it. Yeah, I knew it. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had been seen to believe. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Roban chose people based on their worth. Once they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. It was no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Rioli was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy had some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Rioli's presence here and now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Roban attended the Council of the Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the Halls of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Riol's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks. Every point of egress she cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Yeah, sure, okay. You better pay me in a bed, though. You have my thanks. Let us go, then. Take care not to alert our quarry. Okay. Up over here. Rollet is headed to the direction of the Blue Badger Gate with me, Scion. So, Riole has entered the Carlin canopy. Meeting someone perchance? Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. When a mine is stationed there, she may have seen something. FMA is her name. She'll remain here in case Riole reappears. It's downstairs. Hey, FMA, seen anything? Tata Kawanami, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, nor none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep me. Ah, this is nice. It feels like we're actually playing Spy versus Spy. The story's actually getting kind of good now. She didn't come by. Nowhere to be seen, you say? You're sure she did not board an airship? Should she not come back out either? Where the seven hells could she have gone? The Roos! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. May I interest you in some Muay Thai tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Riole would have disappeared without a trace. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. In flagrante delico, Elbert is eager to resume the pursuit of Elaine Riole. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, son. I suggest we follow Riole's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. That's what the Lancers get, right? Oh? Still closed. Still closed. I'm Seabird or Captain. I don't know where I was going with that. a cutscene. And then he turned himself into a pickle, scion. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Rioli is surely the one you seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her guardian masters there. An explanation is in order. You have no doubt aware that the Guardians have their own methods of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friend at Garland Ironworks has provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We have installed them around the city-states. In doing so, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with the Masters. Rioli would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move around Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason I believe that she chose the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elzen are common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell, the Guardians have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobis have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for the Hawthorne's Hut, catch Rioli in the act. Making some progress in investigation. Flying bear away. Taking a sip of water now. Stay hydrated, y'all. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Ivy returns to the Gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it's all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Guardian masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Their power! Just beyond, Rioli is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Fire Marshal Elaine Rioli, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You will fall, you bloody fool. Damnation. Fucking surrounded. You are unarmed, my lady. Scarce guard for battle. But if you do wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Did you arrest me for strolling into Twelvewood? When I last looked, there is no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, and I shall make you wish you had. offer you no stronger. After all, I have naught to hide. Hey, Luna Gabriel! Have a good day at work. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, too. Enjoy your lurking. Get back and relax and join me flounder about and mispronounce sentences a lot today, apparently. Even a warrior of Rioli's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, the surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. The ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she intertwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Udar will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now? You gotta go get a bed. A nice comfy bed. So the signs seek to await into Ice Heart Sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray, do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall attend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please, give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. I get the feeling this is when they drop the ninja, the ninja class into the game. Not so subtle hints here and there. Maybe I'll roll a ninja at some point. Maybe when Ether is opened back up. They closed that yesterday. It's like closed down hard. I've never seen some entire server like be closed down. Even in WoW launches, there's always been like at least one open somewhere. To have an entire server just shut down, damn. Welcome back, Taida. I understand that Alphanor has a task for you. May I ask what it was? Weird stuff. Charges of treason and espionage against Elaine Rioli? I can scarce believe it. Could there have been some manner of understanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to our authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Oh. A simple plan. Ophelia has never been one to hesitate when it comes to asking others for aid. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect that she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from House Forton. Caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of the patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind of employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet and thereby follow our query. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianga, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours, who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Sharlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let's make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Oh, a new character. Actually, we've met a lot of new characters, but you know, a new Scion this deep into the story. That's exciting. Polar bear. Power. This is the northern gate. Yeah. And it's cutscene. So then I punched him in the face. And I still did not use my dagger. Oh, we got ourselves a Rogadin. Hello there.
Minfilia, am I right?
Oh my goodness. Hello there.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Oh, that's right. That's how you pronounce his name.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies.
Hello, Moonbreeder. How do
She
you
has
do?
played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
I'm a small lizard wife.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Nice to meet you. Do you have a bed with you, perhaps? I would like a bed. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Pull the bear. Away. I'm sorry, is Tataro just juggling? What are you doing, Tataro? That's amazing! I feel like I should be paying you. Are you guys seeing this shit? Oh my god. Fantastic. Another cutscene. Is it voiced?
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Of course she's friends with Yida.
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Thank you, Papa Limo.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us.
Welcome.
I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
White what? Where'd you pull that out?
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
That sounds gross.
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits.
Oriange, welcome to the party.
And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Bear hug!
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Under a book.
Unhand me.
Crush him. Moonbreeder wins. Fatality.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
I'm sorry, what?
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing etherite.
I like seeing Oriange sweat.
We know that Iceheart teleported to an etherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second etherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the etherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first etherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the etherite.
Yeah, I just sort of let her walk to it, you know? Seems fun.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Pray tell how?
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, etherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an etherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
That's cool.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I have no idea what you guys are rambling on about, but okay.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have wide aura sight at their disposal.
Oh.
I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the etherite. However, white aurosite cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Thanks.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Okay. Instrument of our deliverance. A plan has been devised, and Minfilia would have it carried out without further delay. I have already informed Alphanord of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. Also, said that he wished to meet with you in Snowcloak before the proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Taida, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. Alright, this one is Cap Dragonhead, so let's just roll. That's a lot of snow. Let's add more. Polar bear. Power! Alright, the snow cloak. Let's go. This is still very, very silly. At least I'm in a full set of armor again. No more mismatching stuff. See you, Taida. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Earbud sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Aline Rioli, and Udar, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean I say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, sire. Gosh, she must be frigid in this environment. There, it's ready. But, huh, it worked. I think. Don't post any glowing reviews about it, Moonbreeder. Try tuning to the Aetheryte now. Feel free to Feel for the current and try and locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Tida. Now let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Excuse me. Surprised no one's like spying on us. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. But if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, you cannot say if your own strength will suffice, so I would encourage you call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbreeder's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak to that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Aymeric. Madam, Sir Aymeric regrets that he cannot be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knight who stand poised to defend her. Tadakawanami, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish needs, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Oh, that's ominous. Okay, let's queue up for that. For as long as the nation has warred with Dravania, there have been Ishgardians who instead chose to ally themselves with the dragons. Shiva is said to have been among the first, hence why the heretics revere her as a saint. That Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva with the crystals they have stolen is plain. But is this unprecedented act even possible? If so, then Ishgard, if not the entire realm, is in grave danger. Alright, I guess we'll just wait for a bit. Wearing PlayStation 1 armor. Or not. Let's just head on in. And there's a cutscene. Light party. Forward party. Hello there.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
Says the person
no
working
matter.
Ignorance and blind
If
faith.
it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance.
That's intense.
Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Just sacrifice herself to make a primal? all day with this one. Why is she wearing a leotard? Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Hello. Not get caught in silver rings. That'd be great. Certainly is a spectacle. We got ass. Folks. Very surrender, renounce the hatred that consumes you. Oh, we're all frozen. Yeah, what the? Oh, no dice. Almost down. Oh, swing. Down they go. Nice. So, how'd that work out for you? What the fuck? I thought you just sacrificed yourself to make that. Are you still around? Commendation of the healer. As usual. Oh, good, you're still alive. I guess.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
Why, thank you. I like being called bloody.
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause.
Right. Is that why you attacked me?
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded.
Well, we're gonna go talk to a dead dragon?
Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh! Guess she's dead now. Either that was a really good illusion. Oh, god damn it.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Oh no, someone with a nasally voice like me.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Was he hoping to disappoint La Habrea? Everybody hates La Habrea, apparently. Well, out of all of the fights and trials I have done, I think that one has been the best one. It actually felt like the Primal was fighting back in some capacity. The other ones were very stiff, very not a lot going on. That one felt very cool. But at 12, you're alive. I mean, but of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Ice Heart did what? Are you certain about that, are you? Javonians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard a Primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you were not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Well, fair enough. I was only asking. Road less traveled. Moonbrito remains unconvinced by that you have not sustained a head injury. If you ask me, there's not to gain from mulling over the implications of your story in a freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, I had best pay a visit to Whiteburn Front and speak to Alfnod. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again, soon. You definitely ought to insist on Yuda. Up to Whiteburn Front we go. Drop there. I assume that's from the weather engine. Hey, Alphino. There she is. And none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light should succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. She turned herself into a Shiva. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Tida to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva's no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there's the matter of Iceheart's escape. Oh, she escaped, huh? But she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drummond, is the caravan ready? Supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wish. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it that these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from House Fortin caravan. Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Taida, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Oh my god! Horsefon, calm down, motherfucker. Men give vent to their anxieties in a myriad of ways, but I do not think less of him. I swear that guy is overly horny for our warrior light. I mean, she is a small lizard wife, but still. Oh, Chiffon, back. Yeah, himbo. Don't even think I'm using that term correctly. Forget it. What were you thinking, Taida? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficiently for wanting to complete a ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the fairy, Taida, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle of the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Oh my god. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of my dear friend for a veritable eternity. God, you're so dramatic. You were not this dramatic when we first met. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wishes to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. I hate that fucking word. Alphinaud's gonna try and use this victory to get Ishgard back, isn't he? And it's gonna backfire in his fucking face. Can't wait. Greetings, madame. I shall show you in at once. It's only so far that smug little shit can go.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks.
You're welcome.
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task.
Just give me a bed.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
That's still not within his power.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard's-Oma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course! You sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Hey, Pot, you're calling the kelp
Choose
black.
your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Oh, you about to get a lashing, boy.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
Don't you sulky
As
brat.
we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
Well, that's heartening.
Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Kind of want to see her punch Alphanode.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Now you kind of chastised me for fighting a primal. But, dun, 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 dun. Holy crap. Always unclouded. For one with reason to celebrate, Alphenol looks rather grim. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's methods of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reprisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications in word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Gallian Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon the primals, but her very civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objectives to Eorzean's campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Tida. It is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. In Mordona now. Okay.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
Why, thank you. You got my bed yet?
Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
Minfilia summons the primals, the signs of the Seventh Dawn.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Apparently, I guess.
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
I think we're changing its definition.
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Like a boss.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Oh, really?
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, that giant jewelry
Hydaelyn
piece.
speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Intriguing indeed.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Very carefully, I imagine. Eyes unclouded. The reason, Rioli, goddammit. Familiar will discuss how best to proceed in light of recent developments. Blah, 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 blah. We meet to scour the annals of knowledge of Midgard Soma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears to have more than a few. You hear that? Commotion outside. You see if aught is amiss. I don't hear worth shit. What's shaking? Taida, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Rioli has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey has found slain with 2 guards, displaying she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Rioli quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Marinera, I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Rioli's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Fog and join the hunt. Time to tussle with this again. And away we go. My thanks for coming, sire. I have spoken to the soldiers here. They say that Rioli walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through it. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. So here we are. Rioli must not be allowed to reach Castrum Marinera. think after this we'll call the stream. We've been up for about 4 hours. I've been recording for about 3 hours and 50 minutes, give or take. Hey, Albert. Of course, there's a shiny circle. Alright, let's get to it. This wretch was with Rioli. She threw himself at us that his mistress could escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. Goddamn harpy. With me, son, we must have her. We almost have her. Alright. Let's get for fighting. Come for your soul. I was just thrown into it. Take you down first. Yes, there is. Hello. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, thank you for starting the pillow fight and the raid. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm in the middle of something. Hello, hello, welcome all. Okay. Now that we have a moment. Hello and welcome to the Pale Fort. I am Sloth. Just 3, but hello. Hey, 3 is still a lot. If you ever been in a conversation with 3 people, that is plenty. Welcome one and all. I am Sloth. Belphegor, Prince of Sloth. This is my Pillow Fort, and today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV in Realm Reborn, where I rolled a small lizard wife with a giant axe. Hope Hope your stream was great, Hayana. Hyan. Toki. There we go. I can't speak today. You will allow me to apologize. I've been tripping over my tongue all morning. Find her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Hyan. First time was right. Huzzah! Now my brain just needs to commit it to memory. Pleasure to have you here. Good work, man. Oh wait, that was the wrong voice. Not that there's any significant difference. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. We look up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. Did you just recently get into 14? Yeah, I've been playing it for the past couple of weeks. I got done with the main story, I think it was, last week on Friday, and now I've gotten into the epilogue. So I know precious little, and I'm just going along. I'm getting into the flow of it. I'm starting to understand Warrior or Marauder better, and I'm starting to make sense of the encounters they're putting me through better. It's still kind of fun to see how they switch it up. Like for Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Mugamog, and Ramua, and Leviathan, it was very stale-ish. There was stuff to do, but it really didn't feel like the Primal was after you. But today, we fought Shiva, and that actually felt like she was fighting back against us. There were a ton of things happening. She summoned reinforcements. She even changed weapons, and it was awesome. So, I'm looking forward to what else the free trial has to throw at me, which I think includes Heavensward. So, after that epilogue, I believe we move on to expansion, I've been told. I hate the first set of primals myself. Yeah, they're very one note, very easy, just... I understand it's trying to get you into the rotation of fighting primals, but like, they put so much story in building up these primals, and then you defeat them in like 5 minutes, and it's a very boring fight. It's very, what was all that hype for? But with Shiva, that was actually really good. They put a lot of stock in her and the history. The hard, oh great, there's hard and extreme versions. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's gonna be fun, I guess. They will F you up, though, for sure. Well, I'm gonna have to try them out after we're done with Heavensward, I guess. And then I'll actually have to buy the game and continue on to, I think it was Bloody Storm and Shadowbringers. And then there's that new one that's coming in November, I think I read. So that'll be fun to look for. I'm sad you just missed the sale. Aw, nuts. Well, I wanted to try out the free trial, see what it was all about. I'm a WoW veteran, but I quit like in the middle of BFA, and like nothing else really pushed me to try out MMOs. And then my friends just started messaging me, are you aware that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV is on sale now? And you can try the free trial, which includes the critically acclaimed Heavensward expansion and up to level 60. And I'm like, they kept bombarding me with this, and I'm like, just finally, just like, okay, fine, I'll try it out. So here we are. Well, I'm just gonna have to buy it full price, and from what I've seen, it's pretty good. I'm not a WoW refugee, but I got roped into it the same way. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the story too. Hopefully your streams are going great. I don't know what you were streaming, but if you stream Final Fantasy XIV, I hope they're really well received. I've had a few people drift in and out, and they've been enjoying seeing what I'm doing. So, yeah. Let's see. What was I? What would you know of Lo? You a spoiled little lordling. was never known any want. She's got you there. She's got you there, Alphino. You're a brat. Person such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others? I drifted out for a while around January, then came back in May and currently finishing Shadowbringers. Hey, enjoy the story. Enjoy the rest of it. I hear that Shadowbringers is when it really hits home, so it's something to look forward to if Heaven's Sword hooks me the way people are saying it will. So, hopefully you're having fun. Story in Heaven's Sword and Shadowbringers are the best. Tied at the top for me. I shall look forward to Heaven's Sword then, because if that's when it really starts getting good. Because A Realm Reborn felt like a 1 to 50 tutorial. Like it was getting you started into learning things. And story was there, but it was just trying to teach you the game. Now that we're in the epilogue, it actually feels like I'm utilizing what I've learned in those 50 levels. And people tell me that Heaven's Sword is when the core story really becomes stronger, and it's not so tutorially. Even if, is that a word, tutorially? Oh, it is now. You know not of our plight, then justice that were low-born Ishgardians must endure. The noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. So you went to Odar, which does the exact same thing. I did what I had to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It's no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Roban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand we were been dealt, and played to it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? It is true that we are both mercenaries of lowly birth. It is true that we both had our fair shares of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Uldar to face justice, the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Well, that was intense. Are we done chasing people? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, Alphina, what snark do you have? Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Roban chose his. Ooh, a new axe. And another cutscene.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, it's this prick.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
I don't like where this is going. And I don't like his mustache.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
Uh-huh. Fighting on all fronts, are you, Telelogy?
Nanamo unamo. For my sake,
Pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I swear to God, if you summon Omega and I have to fight another weapon, I'm gonna be so pissed. Alright, let's check out our new axe. Conqueror. Ha ha ha! I do like me a big giant axe for my small lizard wife. Yep, that'll do just fine. She looks fantastic with it. Okay, well, Alphinaud, what's up? Let's cling together. Alphinaud would ask another favor of you. Captain Aylward and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Of course you do. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the Ascendant held Rioli in higher regard, but for better or for worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Teleport to Raven's Toll. Okay. Hi, Tataru. So you're no longer juggling. You are an amazing juggler.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphinaud.
Oh, good.
To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
That's not her
I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters.
Is that or she was a really good actor?
I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Oh, making progress on that front, are we? Getting a lot done today.
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
Just put it back when you're done.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auricide, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls.
I'm sorry, what?
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
When did this develop?
It leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auricide's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
I doubt it's gonna be really that quick.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
I don't think I can just energy beam
During
people.
that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
Oh, yeah, that.
Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether.
Nice.
Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
True.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
A lot of work ahead of us, lads.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
What are you hiding, Urianger?
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
There's something fun about watching Urianger squirm.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland.
Oh yeah, that.
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident of the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least.
I'm gonna have to fight another primal.
According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
That seems metal.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
That seems horrifying.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Okay. Oh, another one. Great. And stretch.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. he would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Oh.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
Is that so?
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus.
Ah, great.
So he was Huayu's true master.
That really isn't her real name.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
She was quadruple agent.
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
I was joking.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
You snarky little shit. Something's better left unsaid.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! Today I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Must be very awkward for the one guy watching it right now. Okay. Calm down there. And another cutscene. Wish she's just sitting
I
down
shall
here
have
for
no
raw.
further need of you this day. Your Grace.
A lot happening.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Oh, well, the seat's here. Good to hear you. You still have an upside-down cow
Ever
for the
since he
necklace.
proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Hey, it's Admiral.
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Oof. Great description there.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
What a pickle.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people.
That could still be corrupted, though.
For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, It was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
And who's to say no one's listening
When I
in?
make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Interesting development, but there's nothing stopping the monetarists for becoming part of that whole representative of the people and just continuing the way. Quest not available yet. Dungeon requirement: Full of Embers hard, Naval hard, and Howling Eye hard. Okay, well, that just seems like a good a time as any to stop the stream. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hope you all had a good time watching me slowly climb my way through this epilogue, sort of middle part, the main story, I'm told. Thank you for stopping by again, Ion. And thank you so much for starting a pillow fight with the pillow fort. At least you guys didn't bring knives like the first people who did. So, thank you for stopping by. It was a pleasure. It was a nice pleasure. I can word, I swear. It was a pleasure to have you stop on by. I hope your streams remain lovely. God, I cannot word today. I hope your streams remain well. And I hope to catch you when you stream again, if I'm not streaming myself. In the meantime, have a good sleep. Y'all have a good night. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all so much again for watching. Bye-bye.